Welcome to What If Sleep's Storian, where What If whispers timeless tales into dreams. Breathe deeply, let your mind soften, and drift into tonight's gentle story. What if, on a fog-wrapped Sunday in Victorian London, curious minds unravelled mysteries that drifted like mist through the city's waterways, where truth floated between sleep and wakefulness. So dim the lights, find your most comfortable position, and let these whispered narratives carry you softly towards sleep. If this tale finds you drifting towards sleep's edge, let me know where in the world you're listening. These stories travel far on whispered winds. Give it a like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely like what I do here. The rain fell upon London like a gentle benediction, each droplet carrying the weight of centuries and the whispers of countless souls who had walked these cobblestone streets before. It was a Sunday morning in the autumn of 1895 when the city wore its fog like a well-loved shawl, wrapping itself in mysteries that only the most observant eyes could hope to unravel. The Thames wound through the heart of the metropolis like a silver serpent, its waters murky with the secrets of industry and the dreams of those who sought their fortunes along its banks. In the gaslit windows of Baker Street, the warm glow of hearth fires painted amber rectangles against the grey morning air. The street itself seemed to breathe with the rhythm of a city slowly awakening from its Sabbath slumber, though the fog made everything appear as if viewed through gauze, softening the harsh edges of Victorian reality into something altogether more dreamlike and forgiving. At number 221B, the morning light filtered through tall windows streaked with rain, casting dancing shadows across the familiar sitting room, where Sherlock Holmes sat in his favourite armchair. A newspaper spread across his lap like a map to mysteries yet unsolved. The fire crackled in the grate with the gentle persistence of old friendships, its flames painting golden warmth across the Persian rug and the scattered books that Watson had abandoned the evening before, their pages still open to passages about the anatomy of melancholy or the curious habits of London's criminal classes. Holmes himself appeared as a figure carved from the very essence of contemplation, his angular features softened by the firelight, his long fingers turning the pages of the Times with the careful precision of a musician playing a familiar melody. The newspaper rustled like autumn leaves, each turn revealing another fragment of London's daily drama. The opening of a new exhibition at the British Museum, the concerns of Parliament regarding the expansion of the Underground, the persistent fog that had settled over the city like a comfortable blanket that refused to be shaken off. The sitting room bore all the hallmarks of two gentlemen who had found their place in the world's great theatre of mysteries. Watson's medical journals lay stacked beside his favourite reading chair, their leather bindings worn smooth by countless evenings of study. Holmes's violin rested in its case near the window, as if waiting for inspiration to strike like lightning in the fog. The chemical apparatus on the side table gleamed with the promise of experiments yet to be conducted, though on this particular Sunday morning even the test tubes seemed content to rest in peaceful silence. The very air of the room held the comfortable scent of tobacco, old books, and the faint trace of Mrs. Hudson's morning tea, a combination that spoke of home in ways that grand mansions and formal drawing rooms could never hope to achieve. This was a sanctuary where minds could wander freely, where the boundaries between the possible and the impossible grew as thin as the fog that pressed against the windows. London itself stretched beyond those rain-streaked panes like a vast organism breathing in the rhythm of the Sabbath. The great city had grown beyond all recognition in recent decades, its tentacles of brick and mortar reaching ever outward, carrying with them the hopes and dreams of millions who sought their fortunes in its maze-like streets. The Thames, that ancient highway of commerce and secrets, wound through the heart of it all, carrying barges laden with coal from the north, ships bearing exotic goods from the far reaches of the empire, and the occasional mystery that would wash up on its muddy banks like a gift from the city's hidden depths. The fog that morning was particularly thick, the kind that transformed familiar landmarks into ghostly suggestions of themselves. St. Paul's Cathedral disappeared and reappeared like a massive ship emerging from a harbour of clouds, while the Tower Bridge seemed to float in mid-air, its Gothic towers rising from the mist like the turrets of some fairy tale castle. Even the omnibuses moved through the streets with unusual caution. Зрение их водителей сквозь серый занавес, который опустился над их миром с настойчивостью неприглашенного, но в конечном итоге приветливого гостя. In this London of gaslight and shadow, of progress and tradition, walking hand in hand down fog-shrouded avenues, the boundaries between the rational and the mysterious grew as fluid as the Thames itself. It was a city where scientific discovery rubbed shoulders with ancient superstitions, where the newest marvels of engineering stood guard over secrets as old as the Roman walls that still slumbered beneath the modern streets. The very air hummed with electricity, not just the literal current that powered the telegraph lines, but the intangible energy of a civilization balanced on the edge between the known and the unknowable. Holmes turned another page of his newspaper, his keen eyes scanning the columns of text with the methodical precision of a scholar deciphering ancient manuscripts. Each article was a window into the great organism of London life, the society weddings that would unite fortunes and bloodlines, the parliamentary debates that would shape the empire's future, the small tragedies and triumphs that made up the daily fabric of existence in the world's greatest city. But it was the spaces between the lines that truly captured his attention, the hints and suggestions of stories that the reporters either could not or dared not tell in full. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, each drop a tiny messenger carrying news from the streets below. Somewhere in the distance, church bells began their Sunday morning chorus, their bronze voices cutting through the fog with the authority of centuries. The sound drifted through the sitting room like incense, blessing the morning quiet with its ancient rhythm. Even the usually bustling Baker Street seemed to move at a more leisurely pace, as if the fog had cast a spell of contentment over the entire neighbourhood. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard on the stairs below, a comfortable rhythm that spoke of breakfast preparations and the small domestic rituals that bound the household together. The scent of bacon and eggs began to mingle with the other fragrances of the morning, adding another layer to the symphony of sensations that made 221B Baker Street feel like the centre of a universe built on comfortable mysteries and gentle revelations. Watson's chair sat empty beside the fire, its worn leather surface still bearing the impression of countless evenings spent in companionable silence or animated discussion of the day's cases. A half-finished letter lay on the side table beside it, its elegant handwriting revealing Watson's attempt to describe their latest adventure to his publisher, though how to explain the peculiarities of Holmes's methods to readers who preferred their mysteries neatly packaged with rational explanations remained a challenge that even Watson's considerable literary skills struggled to meet. The morning papers carried their usual assortment of London's daily dramas, the arrival of a delegation from India, the concerns about the growing number of electric streetlights, the ongoing construction projects that seemed to multiply like mushrooms after rain. But Holmes read between the lines with the skill of a detective who understood that the most interesting stories were often those that never made it into print, the mysteries that hid behind society's carefully maintained facade of respectability and order. The fog pressed against the windows with increasing insistence, as if London itself were trying to peer into the warm sanctuary of the sitting room. The Thames moved somewhere beyond that grey curtain, carrying its cargo of secrets and possibilities toward the sea, while the great city breathed around it, with the rhythm of 8 million souls pursuing their individual dreams within the larger dream of empire and progress. Holmes folded his newspaper with the careful precision of a man who appreciated the importance of small rituals, the way a simple action could mark the boundary between one moment and the next. The fire continued its gentle conversation with the morning air, sending shadows dancing across the familiar objects that filled the room, the pipe rack, the magnifying glass, the skull that grinned from the mantelpiece with the eternal amusement of mortality, observing the passionate concerns of the living. Outside, London continued its Sunday morning waltz with the fog, each building and street corner becoming a partner in a dance as old as the city itself. The gas lamps glowed like fallen stars, their light creating small islands of warmth in the grey ocean of the mist. Horse-drawn carriages moved with unusual caution through the streets, their wheels creating a gentle percussion on the wet cobblestones, while pedestrians hurried along the sidewalks like figures in a dream, appearing and disappearing in the shifting curtains of fog. The Thames, invisible but ever-present, wound through the heart of the morning like a silver thread connecting past and future, carrying the detritus of empire and the hopes of those who saw in its muddy waters a pathway to prosperity or at least survival. Barges and steamers moved along its length like ghosts, their fog-muffled horns calling to each other across the grey divide with the loneliness of ships passing in the night. Holmes rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a man whose mind and body worked in perfect harmony, moving to the window where he could better observe the fog-wrapped tableau of Baker Street below. The scene resembled a painting rendered in shades of grey and silver, with the occasional splash of colour from a red omnibus, or the bright blue of a policeman's uniform emerging from the mist like surprises in a children's picture book. The morning air carried with it the full symphony of London sounds, the clip-clop of horses, the rumble of cartwheels, the distant whistle of trains making their way through the city's arteries, and beneath it all, the great breathing of the Thames as it carried its burden of commerce and secrets toward the sea. Even the fog seemed to have its own voice, a gentle whisper that spoke of mysteries and possibilities, of stories waiting to be discovered by those with the patience to listen. The sitting room itself felt like a ship anchored in this sea of grey possibility, its warm light a beacon for travellers seeking shelter from the uncertainty of the world beyond its walls. The familiar objects, the chemistry set, the violin, the scattered books, served as landmarks in a geography of the mind, each one representing a different aspect of the intellectual life that Holmes and Watson had built together in their unlikely partnership. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, calling something about breakfast in the Morning Post, her words carrying the comfortable authority of a woman who had learned to navigate the peculiarities of her unusual tenants, with the skill of a diplomat managing a delicate treaty between genius and domesticity. The scent of fresh bread and coffee began to compete with the fog for the morning's attention, adding another layer to the rich tapestry of sensations that made Sunday mornings at 221B Baker Street feel like a refuge from the hurried pace of the working week. The rain continued its gentle conversation with the windows, each drop a tiny messenger carrying news from the streets and rooftops of London. The city stretched away in all directions, its millions of inhabitants going about their Sunday morning rituals, attending church services, reading newspapers by their own firesides, walking in parks where the fog transformed familiar landscapes into mysterious realms of possibility and shadow. Holmes stood at the window like a conductor preparing to lead an orchestra, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of the fog-wrapped scene below. A milk cart made its way slowly down the street, its driver navigating by memory and instinct through the grey curtain that had transformed the familiar into the mysterious. A few early churchgoers hurried along the sidewalks, their dark figures appearing and disappearing in the mist like characters in a ghost story written by the city itself. The very architecture of Baker Street seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the morning, the Georgian facades rising into the fog like the prows of ships sailing through clouds. Each building held its own collection of lives and stories, its own small dramas of love and loss, ambition and disappointment, hope and resignation. The fog democratized them all, wrapping mansions and modest lodgings in the same grey embrace, making princes and paupers equally mysterious as they moved through the transformed landscape of the morning. The Thames, though invisible from the window, made its presence felt in the very quality of the air, the way the fog carried the scent of river water and the industrial dreams that lined its banks. The great waterway served as London's circulatory system, carrying life and commerce through the city's heart, connecting the docks of the East End with the fashionable bridges of Westminster, linking the past with the future in an endless flow of possibility. A knock at the door below broke the morning's reverie like a stone dropped into still water, its echoes rippling through the comfortable silence of the sitting room. Mrs. Hudson's footsteps could be heard moving toward the entrance, her pace suggesting neither urgency nor alarm, but rather the measured response of a woman accustomed to unexpected visitors at all hours of the day and night. Holmes turned from the window, with the alert attention of a cat who had heard something interesting but not necessarily alarming. His long fingers drummed against the windowsill with the rhythm of a mind already beginning to work through possibilities and probabilities. Thus a stimmer. Component placement calculating the likelihood that this Sunday morning interruption would prove to be something more interesting than a tradesman's call or a neighbour's social visit. The fog outside seemed to lean close to the windows, as if it too were curious about this development in the day's unfolding narrative. The fire in the grate continued its comfortable crackling, apparently unconcerned by the prospect of change in the morning's rhythm, while the scattered newspapers and books maintained their positions like soldiers holding a line against the possibility of chaos. Mrs. Hudson's voice could be heard in conversation with someone at the door, though the words themselves were lost in the acoustic maze of the old building's corridors and stairwells. Holmes moved away from the window with the fluid precision of a dancer who has heard the opening notes of a familiar piece, his entire being focused on the small sounds and subtle changes in atmosphere that announced the arrival of something significant in the morning's carefully orchestrated piece. The visitor's footsteps on the stairs were heavy but measured, suggesting a man of some weight and authority, who was nevertheless attempting to move with consideration for the early hour and the domestic tranquillity of the household. Holmes positioned himself near the fireplace, where the light would fall most favourably on his face and where he could observe his visitor, while maintaining the comfortable authority of a man receiving guests in his own domain. The sitting room seemed to arrange itself in anticipation of company, the shadows adjusting their positions, the fire brightening slightly as if responding to the need for a more welcoming atmosphere. Even the fog outside appeared to settle into a more expectant configuration, its grey curtains drawn back slightly from the windows as if making room for whatever drama was about to unfold within the warm sanctuary of 221B Baker Street. The knock on the sitting-room door came with the precise authority of someone who understood the protocols of calling upon gentlemen of professional standing, neither too aggressive nor too tentative, but rather pitched at exactly the right volume to announce itself without disturbing the neighbours or suggesting undue urgency. "Come in," Holmes called, his voice carrying just the right note of polite curiosity, neither eagerly welcoming nor coolly dismissive, but rather maintaining that perfect balance between availability and dignity that marked the difference between a tradesman and a consulting detective of international reputation. The door opened to admit Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard, his familiar figure immediately recognisable despite being wrapped in a heavy overcoat that dripped steadily onto Mrs. Hudson's carefully maintained carpet. Behind him stood a smaller man, perhaps 40 years of age, whose pale complexion and trembling hands suggested either extreme nervousness or recent exposure to something that had shaken his fundamental assumptions about the nature of reality. Lestrade himself bore the expression of a man who had long since learned to expect the unexpected in his professional dealings with Holmes, though this morning there was something in his manner that suggested even his considerable experience had not quite prepared him for whatever had brought him through the fog to Baker Street on this particular Sunday morning. "Mr. Holmes," Lestrade began, removing his hat with the careful precision of a man who understood that proper protocol was often the only anchor available in seas of uncertainty. "I apologise for the early hour, but I believe we have encountered something that requires your particular expertise." The inspector's companion stood slightly behind him, his eyes darting around the sitting room with the fascination of someone seeing the legendary consulting detective's domain for the first time. His clothes were respectable but not expensive, marking him as a member of London's vast middle class, perhaps a clerk or shopkeeper whose ordered world had suddenly been invaded by mysteries he lacked the vocabulary to describe. Holmes gestured toward the chairs near the fire, his movements carrying the fluid grace of a host who has learned to make even unexpected visitors feel at ease. "Inspector Lestrade, always a pleasure. And your companion?" "This is Mr. Jameson," Lestrade replied, settling his substantial frame into Watson's usual chair, with the careful attention of a man who has learned not to take furniture for granted. "He's the gentleman who discovered our unusual situation." Mr. Jameson perched on the edge of the chair Holmes indicated, his posture suggesting a man prepared to flee at a moment's notice. His hands continued their slight trembling, and his eyes held the particular quality of shock that comes from witnessing something that challenges one's fundamental assumptions about the natural order of things. Perhaps, Holmes suggested, moving to pour tea from the service Mrs. Hudson had thoughtfully provided, Mr. Jameson would care to tell his story from the beginning. I find that even the most extraordinary circumstances often reveal their true nature when examined in proper sequence. The fire crackled with renewed enthusiasm, as if responding to the increased drama in the room, while outside the fog continued its patient embrace of London's Sunday morning mysteries. The Thames flowed somewhere beyond the grey curtain, carrying its usual cargo of secrets and possibilities, unaware that it was about to play a central role in one of the more peculiar cases to cross the threshold of 221B Baker Street. Mr. Jameson accepted the offered teacup with hands that shook only slightly, the warm porcelain seeming to provide some small comfort against whatever internal storm had brought him to this moment. He cleared his throat with the careful precision of a man who has rehearsed his words, but fears they will sound absurd when spoken aloud. "It was early this morning, Mr. Holmes," he began, his voice carrying the particular accent of North London, suggesting a background in trade or perhaps the lower ranks of professional service. "I often walk along the Embankment on Sunday mornings. Helps me clear my head after the week's work, you understand." Holmes nodded encouragingly, settling into his own chair with the patient attention of a man who has learned that the most extraordinary revelations often emerge from the most ordinary circumstances. The sitting room arranged itself around them like a theatre prepared for a performance. The familiar objects, books, instruments, chemical apparatus, serving as witnesses to whatever revelation was about to unfold. "The fog was particularly thick this morning," Jameson continued, gaining confidence as he spoke. "Thicker than I've seen in years, truth be told. I could barely see 10 feet in any direction, and the embankment seemed to stretch away into nothingness like something from a dream." The description of the fog's density was corroborated by the grey curtain that still pressed against the sitting-room windows, transforming Baker Street into a mysterious landscape where familiar landmarks appeared and disappeared, like memories half recalled. The morning light, such as it was, filtered through the mist with the quality of illumination in a cathedral, soft and diffused, and somehow sacred. "I was walking near Blackfriars Bridge," Jameson went on, his voice growing steadier as he found his rhythm in the telling. "Moving slowly, you understand, because of the fog, when I heard something unusual, a sound like someone singing, very softly, almost like a lullaby." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his sharp eyes focused on Jameson's face, with the intensity of a naturalist observing a rare specimen. "Singing, you say? Could you make out the words?" "Not clearly, no, but it was definitely a voice, and it seemed to be coming from the direction of the river. I thought perhaps someone had fallen in and was calling for help, so I made my way to the embankment wall as quickly as the fog would allow." The Thames, invisible but ever present in the morning's narrative, wound through London like a silver thread connecting past and future, carrying barges laden with coal and mystery in equal measure. Its waters had witnessed centuries of human drama, from the pageantry of royal processions to the quiet desperation of those who sought in its muddy depths an escape from life's unbearable burdens. "When I reached the wall," Jameson continued, his voice dropping to almost a whisper, "I looked down into the water, and there was a man floating just below the surface. His eyes were closed, his face peaceful, almost like he was sleeping. But Mr. Holmes, he was definitely underwater. I could see the current moving his hair, see the way his coat floated around him." Lestrade shifted in his chair, the leather creaking with the sound of a man who has heard this story before, but still finds it difficult to accept. "Tell Mr. Holmes about the singing, Jameson." "That's the strangest part," Jameson replied, his hands beginning to tremble again. "The singing was coming from him, from the man in the water. His mouth wasn't moving, but I could hear it as clear as I hear you now. A gentle tune, like something you might sing to help a child fall asleep." Holmes steepled his fingers beneath his chin, his eyes taking on the distant quality that Watson had learned to recognise as the sign of a mind working through possibilities at extraordinary speed. The fire continued its comfortable conversation with the morning air, while outside the fog seemed to press closer to the windows as if eager to hear more of this peculiar tale. "And you're certain the man was underwater?" Holmes asked, his voice carrying no scepticism, only the careful precision of someone gathering facts for later analysis. Completely submerged, Mr. Holmes. I could see fish swimming around him, small ones like minnows. They didn't seem afraid of him at all, almost like they were attracted to his presence. And the water itself, it was clearer around him than anywhere else along the bank. Crystal clear, like looking through glass. The description created an image that seemed to belong more to the realm of fairy tales than to the gritty reality of London's industrial waterway. The Thames was not known for its clarity. Decades of commercial traffic and industrial runoff had turned its waters the colour of weak tea, and the fog that rose from its surface carried the complex scent of progress and decay in roughly equal measure. I called out to him, Jameson continued, his voice gaining strength as he approached the climax of his tale. Shouted that I would get help, that he should try to swim to shore, but he didn't respond, didn't even open his eyes, just kept floating there, peaceful as you please, with that singing continuing all around him. Lestrade cleared his throat, drawing attention back to his official role in the morning's proceedings. That's when Mr. Jameson came to find a constable, and eventually the matter was brought to my attention. I went to the embankment myself, Mr. Holmes, with 2 of my best men. And what did you observe, Inspector? Exactly what Mr. Jameson described. A man floating under water, apparently unconscious, but showing no signs of distress, no struggle, no attempt to surface, no indication that he was in any difficulty whatsoever. It was unsettling, to say the least. Holmes rose from his chair and moved to the window, his tall figure silhouetted against the grey morning light. The fog had thickened even further during their conversation, reducing Baker Street to a series of ghostly suggestions and half-glimpsed shadows. The gas lamps glowed like fallen stars, their light creating small islands of warmth in the grey ocean of mist. "Did you attempt to retrieve the gentleman from the water?" Holmes asked, his attention apparently focused on the fog-wrapped scene below, but his mind clearly working through the implications of what he had heard. "That's where things became even more peculiar," Lestrade replied. "We brought a boat hook and several lengths of rope, standard equipment for water rescues. But when we tried to reach him, the hook passed right through him, as if he were made of water himself." The sitting room fell silent except for the gentle crackling of the fire and the soft percussion of rain against the windows. Even the sounds from the street below seemed muffled, as if the fog had wrapped the entire world in cotton wool, creating a sphere of isolation around the extraordinary conversation taking place in Holmes's consulting rooms. "The rope as well?" Holmes inquired, his voice maintaining the same tone of professional interest that he might use when discussing the weather or the morning's newspaper headlines. "Everything we tried simply passed through him," Lestrade confirmed. "It was as if he existed in the water, but not quite in our world, if that makes any sense at all." My men were beginning to talk about ghosts and supernatural manifestations, which is why I thought it best to seek your counsel before the story spreads through the ranks. Holmes turned from the window, his hawk-like profile now fully illuminated by the firelight. His eyes held the particular gleam that Watson had learned to associate with cases that challenged the boundaries between the rational and the impossible, mysteries that demanded not just logical deduction, but a willingness to venture into territories where conventional wisdom feared to tread. "Mr. Jameson," Holmes said, directing his attention back to their nervous visitor, "you mentioned that the water appeared clearer around the floating gentleman. Could you describe this phenomenon in greater detail?" Jameson set down his teacup with the careful precision of a man who has learned not to trust his hands when discussing extraordinary events. "It was like looking into a crystal pool, Mr. Holmes. The Thames water around him, maybe 10 feet in all directions, was clear as a mountain spring water. I could see every pebble on the bottom, every piece of debris that had settled there. But beyond that circle, the water returned to its usual muddy brown. And the fish you mentioned, dozens of them, sir, small silver ones, circling around him like they were dancing. They showed no fear at all, almost like they were drawn to his presence. Some of them even seemed to be swimming in patterns, creating designs in the water around him." Holmes began to pace the length of the sitting room, his long strides carrying him from the fireplace to the bookshelf and back again with the restless energy of a mind grappling with possibilities that existed at the very edges of rational explanation. The Persian rug muffled his footsteps, creating a rhythm that seemed to match the gentle percussion of rain against the windows. "Inspector," Holmes said, pausing in his pacing to fix Lestrade with his penetrating gaze, "you mentioned that this situation involves stolen identities and underground criminal operations. How do these elements connect to our mysterious floating gentleman?" Lestrade shifted uncomfortably in his chair, the expression on his weathered face suggesting a man who had hoped to avoid discussing the more complex aspects of his case until later in the conversation. "That's where the matter becomes truly bewildering, Mr. Holmes. The gentleman in the water, we've managed to identify him, or at least we think we have." "Go on." "His name is, or was, Thomas Whitmore, a clerk in the offices of Pemberton and Associates, a shipping concern with extensive interests in the Thames trade. Whitmore disappeared from his lodgings 3 days ago, along with a considerable sum of money from his employer's accounts." The revelation added another layer of complexity to an already extraordinary situation. The Thames, which had seemed like merely a backdrop to the morning's mystery, now revealed itself as an active participant in what appeared to be a case involving both the supernatural and the thoroughly mundane worlds of commercial crime and financial impropriety. "The curious thing," Lestrade continued, "is that while Whitmore was apparently stealing from his employer, someone else was simultaneously using his identity to conduct business throughout London. We have witnesses who saw him at 3 different locations on the same day he supposedly disappeared, all at times when he could not possibly have been in multiple places at once." Holmes resumed his pacing, his mind clearly working through the implications of this information. The fire continued its gentle conversation with the morning air, while outside the fog seemed to thicken even further, reducing the world beyond the windows to a grey abstraction that might have been painted by an artist more interested in mood than in literal representation. "These witnesses," Holmes said, "could they describe the man they saw in detail?" "That's the remarkable thing. Their descriptions match Whitmore perfectly. Height, weight, facial features, manner of dress, even his particular way of speaking. It was as if the man had somehow learned to be in multiple places simultaneously." Mr. Jameson, who had been following this exchange with the fascination of someone witnessing a conversation in a foreign language he was only beginning to understand, suddenly straightened in his chair. "Begging your pardon, gentlemen, but the man in the water, when I first saw him, I thought I recognized him from somewhere. Not personally, you understand, but as if I'd seen him about the neighbourhood." "Indeed?" Holmes turned his attention back to their original witness. "Could you be more specific about this recognition?" "Well, sir, I work as a clerk myself for Morrison's Haberdashery in Cheapside. We get all sorts of customers, mostly gentlemen from the business district looking for collars and such. I have a good memory for faces. It's part of the trade, you understand, and I could swear I'd seen this fellow before. Not recently, mind you, but perhaps a month or 2 ago." The connection between a drowned thief and a haberdashery in Cheapside might have seemed tenuous to less experienced investigators, but Holmes received this information with the same careful attention he had shown to every other detail of the morning's revelations. In his experience, the most apparently insignificant details often prove to be the keys that unlock the most complex mysteries. Did this customer make any purchases during his visit to Morrison's? "That's what struck me as odd at the time," Jameson replied, his confidence growing as he realized his observations were being taken seriously. "He spent considerable time examining our collar pins and cufflinks, asking detailed questions about their origins and manufacture. But when it came time to make a purchase, he claimed to have forgotten his wallet and promised to return the following day. But he never did return. Not that I recall, sir, though with so many customers coming and going, I might not have noticed if he'd simply made a quick purchase while I was attending to someone else." Lestrade leaned forward in his chair, his professional interest clearly piqued by this new connection. "Mr. Holmes, do you think there's significance to this detail about the haberdashery?" Holmes paused in his pacing, his attention drawn once again to the fog-wrapped scene beyond the sitting-room windows. Baker Street had disappeared almost entirely now, reduced to a few ghostly suggestions of lamp-posts and building facades that appeared and vanished like memories half recalled. The morning light, such as it was, filtered through the grey curtain with the quality of illumination in a dream. In my experience in Spectre, there are no insignificant details in cases that begin with impossible circumstances. The fact that our floating gentleman showed particular interest in items related to personal appearance and identification suggests possibilities that we should certainly explore. The Thames, invisible but ever-present in the morning's unfolding narrative, wound through London like a silver thread connecting the various elements of their mystery. Its waters had witnessed centuries of human drama, from the legitimate commerce that built an empire to the shadowy transactions that flourished in the spaces between law and opportunity. Mrs. Hudson's voice drifted up from below, announcing the arrival of the morning post and the need to prepare additional breakfast for the unexpected visitors. Her words carried the comfortable authority of a woman who had learned to navigate the peculiarities of her unusual tenants with the skill of a diplomat managing delicate negotiations between genius and domesticity. "Gentlemen," Holmes said, turning from the window, with the decisive air of a man who has reached a conclusion, "I believe this case requires immediate investigation. Inspector Lestrade, is Mr. Whitmore still floating in the Thames?" "As far as I know, yes. I left 2 constables to keep watch, though I'm not entirely certain what they're supposed to be watching for. The gentleman shows no signs of distress, no indication that he requires rescue, and our attempts to retrieve him have proven unsuccessful." "Then I suggest we pay him a visit. Mr. Jameson, would you be willing to accompany us and point out the exact location where you made this remarkable discovery?" Jameson's pale complexion grew even more wan at the prospect of returning to the scene of his disturbing encounter, but he nodded with the determination of a man who's learned that some experiences must be faced rather than fled from. "Of course, Mr. Holmes, though I confess the thought of seeing him again fills me with considerable unease." "Perfectly understandable," Holmes replied, moving to collect his coat and hat from the stand near the door. "The unknown has always been mankind's greatest source of anxiety, but it is also the wellspring of all discovery and progress." The fog outside seemed to part slightly as they prepared to venture forth, as if London itself were eager to reveal whatever secrets lay hidden in its grey embrace. The Thames waited somewhere beyond the mist, carrying its usual cargo of commerce and mystery, unaware that it was about to surrender one of its most peculiar treasures to the scrutiny of the world's first consulting detective. Lestrade rose from his chair with the careful movements of a man who has learned not to take solid ground for granted, while Jameson gathered his courage along with his overcoat, preparing to guide them through the fog-wrapped streets toward whatever truth awaited discovery along the embankment near Blackfriars Bridge. The morning air struck them like a gentle benediction as they emerged from the warmth of 221B Baker Street, the fog immediately embracing them with its soft grey arms. Baker Street had been transformed into something from a fairy tale, its familiar landmarks rendered mysterious and strange by the thick curtain of mist that had settled over London like a comfortable blanket that refused to be shaken off. Their footsteps echoed on the wet cobblestones with the lonely sound of travellers venturing into unknown territory, while the gas lamps glowed like fallen stars, creating small islands of warmth in the grey ocean that had swallowed the morning world. Horse-drawn carriages moved past them with unusual caution, their drivers navigating by memory and instinct through a landscape that had been transformed by the fog into something altogether more mysterious and forgiving than the harsh realities of Victorian London's usual Sunday morning aspect. The journey toward the Thames took them through streets that seemed to exist in a dream, where familiar buildings appeared and disappeared like memories half recalled, where the usual cacophony of London life was muffled to a gentle whisper that spoke of secrets and possibilities rather than the urgent demands of commerce and industry. As they walked, Holmes questioned Jameson about every detail of his morning's encounter, drawing out nuances and observations that even the careful clerk had not realised he'd noticed. The fog itself seemed to listen to their conversation, occasionally shifting its grey curtains to reveal a lamppost or building facade, as if offering glimpses of the familiar world that lay hidden beneath its mysterious embrace. The Thames grew closer with each step, its presence announced by the subtle change in the air's texture, the way the fog carried new scents of river water, and the industrial dreams that lined its banks. London's great waterway had served as the city's lifeline for centuries, carrying everything from royal barges to coal-laden vessels, from the hopes of emigrants seeking new worlds to the secrets of those who preferred their business conducted away from the prying eyes of authority. When they finally reached the embankment near Blackfriars Bridge, the fog had grown so thick that the great structure itself was barely visible, its Gothic towers rising into the grey void like the turrets of some fairy tale castle floating in clouds. The Thames flowed beneath them with its ancient rhythm, carrying mysteries and possibilities toward the sea, with the patience of a river that had learned to outlast the ambitions of countless generations. "There," Jameson whispered, pointing toward a section of the embankment wall where the fog seemed to glow with a soft, pearl-like luminescence. "That's where I first heard the singing." Holmes approached the wall with the careful attention of a naturalist observing a rare specimen, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of the scene below. The fog parted slightly as he leaned forward, as if responding to his presence, and what they saw in the water below defied every rational explanation that Victorian science could offer. Thomas Whitmore floated approximately 6 feet beneath the surface of the Thames, his body positioned as if he were sleeping peacefully in the most comfortable of beds. His eyes were closed, his face serene, his dark hair moving gently with the current in a way that suggested life rather than death. Around him, the water was indeed crystal clear, creating a perfect circle of transparency in the usually murky river, as if someone had carved out a piece of the most pristine mountain lake and placed it in the heart of London's industrial waterway. The singing that Jameson had described was immediately apparent, a gentle, wordless melody that seemed to emanate from the water itself, though Whitmore's lips remained motionless. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, like a lullaby composed by angels for the express purpose of soothing troubled souls to sleep. It drifted upward through the fog with the quality of music heard in dreams, impossible to grasp fully but impossible to forget. Fish moved around the floating figure in intricate patterns, their silver bodies catching what little light filtered down through the fog and water. They showed no fear of the human presence among them, swimming close enough to brush against Whitmore's clothing, their movements creating a complex choreography that seemed to match the rhythm of the mysterious song. "Remarkable," Holmes murmured, his voice carrying a note of wonder that his companions had rarely heard from the usually analytical detective. "Inspector Lestrade, you mentioned that attempts to retrieve Mr. Whitmore have been unsuccessful." "See for yourself," Lestrade replied, producing a boat hook from behind the embankment wall where it had been left by the constables who had attempted the rescue. He extended the implement toward the floating figure, and their eyes confirmed what he had described. The hook passed through Whitmore's body as if he were made of water himself, creating ripples in the clear circle around him, but making no contact with the man who floated at its centre. The phenomenon challenged every assumption about the nature of physical reality that their education and experience had provided. Whitmore appeared to be simultaneously present and absent, existing in the water but not quite in their world, visible but untouchable, peaceful but profoundly mysterious. "The song," Holmes said, tilting his head slightly as if trying to catch nuances in the melody that ordinary ears might miss. "It's not English, is it? The rhythm suggests something older, perhaps Nordic or Celtic in origin." Jameson nodded eagerly, pleased to have his observations confirmed by someone whose expertise he respected. "That's exactly what I thought, sir. It reminded me of the old songs my grandmother used to sing, lullabies from the Scottish Highlands that she claimed had been passed down through generations of women in our family. The connection between ancient Celtic lullabies and a drowned clerk in the Thames might have seemed tenuous to less imaginative investigators, but Holmes received this information with the same careful attention he gave to every detail that might illuminate the mystery. In his experience, the most apparently disparate elements often revealed unexpected connections when examined with sufficient patience and insight. The fog continued to shift around them, creating an ever-changing tapestry of grey and silver that made the entire scene feel suspended between waking and dreaming. The sounds of London's Sunday morning traffic seemed to come from another world entirely, muffled and distant, as if the Thames embankment had become an island of mystery floating in an ocean of grey possibility. "Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said, his voice carrying the particular tone of a man who has learned to expect the impossible but still finds it difficult to accept. "What do you make of this situation?" Holmes was silent for a long moment, his piercing gaze fixed on the floating figure below, as if he could divine the truth through sheer force of observation. The water around Whitmore continued its gentle motion, the fish maintained their intricate dance, and the mysterious song drifted upward through the fog with the persistence of a melody that had existed long before London was built and would continue long after its last brick had crumbled to dust. "I believe," Holmes said finally, "that we are witnessing something that exists at the intersection of the ancient and the modern, the mystical and the criminal. Mr. Whitmore's presence in the Thames is not the result of suicide or accident, but rather the consequence of his involvement in something far more complex than simple embezzlement." The Thames flowed past them with its eternal patience, carrying barges and steamers through the fog like ghosts navigating a grey sea. Somewhere in the distance church bells began their Sunday morning chorus, their bronze voices cutting through the mist with the authority of centuries, adding another layer to the symphony of sounds that made up London's morning meditation. "You believe this is connected to the identity theft you mentioned?" Holmes asked, turning his attention back to Lestrade. "The timings certainly suggest a connection. Whitmore disappeared 3 days ago, on the same day that multiple witnesses reported seeing him at locations throughout London. We've confirmed that someone using his identity conducted business at a shipping office near London Bridge, visited a bank in the city and made inquiries at a lodging house in Suffolk. All legitimate businesses?" "On the surface, yes, but each of these establishments has connections to the Thames trade, and our investigation has revealed that they're all part of a network that facilitates the movement of goods and people through London's waterways with a minimum of official oversight." Holmes began to pace along the embankment, his long strides carrying him back and forth as his mind worked through the implications of this information. The fog seemed to part before him and close behind him, creating a small sphere of visibility that moved with him like a personal weather system designed to accommodate his need for contemplative movement. An underground network using the Thames as its highway, he mused. It's elegant, really. The river connects every part of London, from the docks of the East End to the fashionable bridges of Westminster. Goods and people could move through the city with far less scrutiny than they would face on the streets. The idea of London's great waterway serving as a secret highway for illicit commerce was not entirely surprising to those who understood the city's complex relationship with its river. The Thames had always been a place where the legitimate and the questionable existed side by side, where royal barges shared the water with smugglers' boats, where the dreams of empire mingled with the practical necessities of survival in a city that grew faster than its laws could follow. "But how does this explain what we're seeing here?" Jameson asked, gesturing toward the floating figure below. "Mr. Whitmore doesn't appear to be conducting any business at the moment." Holmes paused in his pacing, his attention drawn once again to the mystery in the water. Whitmore continued his peaceful suspension in the crystal-clear circle. The fish maintained their intricate dance around him, and the ancient song drifted upward through the fog with the persistence of a melody that refused to be forgotten. "Mr. Jameson," Holmes said suddenly, "you mentioned that Whitmore showed particular interest in collar pins and cufflinks during his visit to Morrison's haberdashery. Can you describe these items in more detail?" Jameson's face brightened with the pleasure of being asked to discuss something within his professional expertise. "Certainly, sir. We carry a full line of gentlemen's accessories, from the most basic brass pins to elaborate pieces crafted from gold and silver. The items that caught his attention were our more unusual pieces, pins and links made from materials that aren't commonly seen in London shops. Such as? Well, we had a collection of pieces made from what the supplier called Thames glass, a material created from sand and debris collected from the river bottom and then fired into a unique form of glass that has an almost luminescent quality. Very popular with gentlemen who appreciate unusual craftsmanship. The connection between Thames glass and their floating mystery seemed too coincidental to ignore. Holmes felt the familiar thrill of recognition that came when apparently disparate elements began to reveal their hidden relationships, when the chaos of unexplained phenomena started to arrange itself into patterns that the trained mind could begin to comprehend. "This Thames glass," he continued. "Did Whitmore examine any specific pieces?" "Indeed he did, sir. He was particularly interested in a set of cufflinks that had been specially commissioned by a customer who never returned to claim them. They were quite remarkable, made from the Thames glass but incorporating what appeared to be small fragments of something that looked almost organic, like pieces of bone or shell embedded in the glass itself." Lestrade straightened in his chair, his professional instincts clearly aroused by this new information. "Mr. Holmes, are you suggesting there's a connection between these cufflinks and what we're witnessing here?" "I'm suggesting that we may be dealing with something that exists at the intersection of ancient traditions and modern criminal enterprise. The Thames has been a source of mystery and legend for centuries, stories of river spirits, of ancient powers that dwell in its depths, of objects and substances that possess properties beyond conventional understanding." The fog seemed to thicken around them as Holmes spoke, as if London itself were leaning closer to hear these speculations about its most ancient and mysterious waterway. The Thames flowed past with its eternal rhythm, carrying secrets that predated the Roman occupation, mysteries that had survived the building of every bridge and embankment that now lined its banks. "But surely you don't believe in supernatural explanations?" Lestrade asked, though his voice carried less certainty than his words suggested. "I believe in evidence, Inspector, and the evidence suggests that someone has discovered a way to combine ancient knowledge with modern criminal methods. The theft of identities, the network of businesses along the Thames, the unusual materials used in jewellery. These elements point to an organisation that understands both the practical needs of criminal enterprise and the power of symbols and substances that ordinary science has yet to fully comprehend." The singing from the water below seemed to grow slightly stronger, as if responding to their discussion, and the fish around Whitmore's floating form began to move in even more complex patterns, creating designs in the crystal-clear water that resembled the intricate knotwork found in ancient Celtic manuscripts. Holmes moved closer to the embankment wall, his sharp eyes studying every detail of the scene below with the intensity of a scholar deciphering an ancient text. The fog parted around him, as if responding to his presence, creating a clearer view of the mystery that lay suspended in the Thames, like a question waiting for someone wise enough to understand its true nature. "Mr. Jameson," he said without turning from his observation of the water, "this customer who commissioned the Thames glass cufflinks, did he provide any information about himself? A name, an address, any details that might help us locate him?" "He did give a name, sir, though I had the impression it might not have been his real one. Called himself Mr. Riverdale, which seemed rather too appropriate for someone purchasing items made from Thames materials. He paid a substantial deposit in advance and promised to return within a fortnight to claim his commission." "But he never returned?" "No, sir. That was nearly 2 months ago. Mr. Morrison was quite concerned about the loss of the sale. The cufflinks were quite expensive, given the unusual materials and the craftsmanship involved." Holmes finally turned from the water, his face bearing the expression of a man who has seen the first pieces of a complex puzzle beginning to arrange themselves into a recognisable pattern. The fog swirled around him like a living thing, occasionally revealing glimpses of the bridge and embankment beyond before closing again to create their small sphere of grey isolation. "Inspector Lestrade," he said, "I believe we need to expand our investigation to include other businesses along the Thames that might be connected to this network you've discovered, particularly those that deal in unusual materials or offer services that require specialised knowledge." "What sort of services?" "Think like a criminal who needs to move goods and people through London without attracting official attention. You would need forgers to create documents, safe houses to provide temporary shelter, transportation that could avoid the usual checkpoints, and perhaps most importantly, a way to create new identities that would stand up to casual scrutiny." The implications of Holmes's words hung in the fog-laden air, like smoke from an extinguished candle. London's vast network of waterways, from the Thames itself to the maze of canals and smaller rivers that fed into it, could indeed serve as a hidden highway for those who understood how to navigate its currents and avoid its official oversight. "But the floating gentleman here," Lestrade said, gesturing toward the water where Whitmore continued his peaceful suspension, "how does he fit into this larger pattern? I suspect Mr. Whitmore discovered something about this network that he wasn't supposed to know. His embezzlement of company funds may have been secondary to his real crime, learning too much about an organisation that values secrecy above all else." The ancient song that drifted up from the water seemed to emphasise this point, its haunting melody carrying notes of warning as well as comfort, as if the Thames itself were trying to communicate something important to those who possessed the wisdom to listen. Holmes began walking along the embankment, his eyes scanning the fog-wrapped scene for details that might have escaped notice during their initial examination. The mist seemed to part before him and close behind him, creating a moving sphere of visibility that revealed new aspects of their surroundings with each step. "The question," he continued, "is whether Mr. Whitmore's current state is intended as punishment for his curiosity or as protection from those who would silence him permanently. Someone with knowledge of ancient practices has placed him in a condition where he exists between life and death, between the physical world and something else entirely." The fish around the floating figure seemed to respond to Holmes' words, their movements becoming even more intricate, creating patterns in the crystal-clear water that resembled astronomical charts, or the complex diagrams found in medieval texts on natural philosophy. The sight was beautiful and deeply unsettling, suggesting intelligence and purpose behind phenomena that conventional science could not begin to explain. "Ancient practices?" Jameson asked, his voice carrying the mixture of fascination and fear that comes from venturing into territory where reason meets mystery. "The Thames is far older than London itself, Mr. Jameson. Before the Romans built their first bridge, before the Saxons established their settlements, this river was sacred to peoples whose understanding of the natural world differed significantly from our own. They believed that water could serve as a gateway between different states of existence, that certain substances and rituals could preserve life in forms that we would consider impossible." The fog seemed to thicken as Holmes spoke, as if London itself were responding to this invocation of its ancient past. The sounds of the modern city, the clip-clop of horses, the rumble of cart wheels, the distant whistle of trains, faded into a gentle murmur that seemed to come from another world entirely. "You're suggesting that someone has combined these ancient beliefs with modern criminal methods?" Lestrade asked, his professional scepticism warring with the evidence of his own eyes. "I'm suggesting that we're dealing with an organisation sophisticated enough to use whatever tools serve their purposes, whether those tools are forged documents and stolen identities or substances and practices that predate written history. The theft of Mr. Whitmore's identity, the network of businesses along the Thames, the mysterious preservation of his physical form, these are all aspects of the same larger enterprise." The church bells of London began their Sunday morning chorus in earnest now, their bronze voices cutting through the fog with messages of faith and community, of ancient traditions that had survived the rise and fall of empires. The sound added another layer to the morning symphony, creating a counterpoint to the wordless song that continued to drift up from the water below. As they stood in the fog-wrapped quiet of the Thames embankment, listening to the ancient melody that emanated from the crystal-clear circle where Thomas Whitmore floated in his mysterious suspension, Holmes felt the familiar thrill of a case that promised to challenge every assumption about the nature of reality that Victorian society held dear. The Thames flowed past them with its eternal patience, carrying the secrets of centuries toward the sea, while London breathed around them with the rhythm of 8 million souls pursuing their individual dreams within the larger dream of empire and progress. Somewhere in the grey maze of fog-wrapped streets, an organisation that understood both the power of ancient knowledge and the needs of modern crime continued its mysterious work, using the city's oldest waterway as its highway and its sanctuary. "Gentlemen," Holmes said finally, his voice carrying the decisive tone of a man who has seen enough to form a plan of action, "I believe our next step should be a visit to Morrison's haberdashery." those Thames glass cufflinks may hold the key to understanding not just what has happened to Mr. Whitmore, but how an ancient power has been adapted to serve thoroughly modern criminal purposes. The fog began to shift around them as they prepared to leave the embankment, revealing glimpses of Blackfriars Bridge and the buildings beyond before closing again to maintain the morning's mysterious embrace. The Thames continued its ancient flow, carrying Thomas Whitmore in his peaceful suspension toward whatever resolution awaited, while the fish maintained their intricate dance, and the haunting song drifted upward through the mist like a prayer composed in a language older than words. As they walked back through the fog-wrapped streets toward Morrison's haberdashery, the morning seemed to arrange itself around them like a stage set designed for mysteries that existed at the intersection of the rational and the impossible. Gas lamps glowed like fallen stars in the grey ocean of mist, while the sounds of London's Sunday morning activities created a gentle percussion that spoke of a city going about its ancient business of commerce and community, unaware that in its very heart, along the banks of its oldest waterway, forces as old as civilization itself were stirring once again. The journey through the fog-transformed streets took them past landmarks that appeared and disappeared like memories half-recalled. The spire of St. Paul's Cathedral rising from the mist like a finger pointing toward heaven. The Gothic towers of Westminster emerging from the grey curtain like the turrets of some fairy-tale castle. The familiar facades of shops and offices that served London's vast commercial empire rendered mysterious and new by the morning's unusual atmospheric conditions. Morrison's haberdashery, when they finally located it through the maze of fog-wrapped streets, appeared as a small island of warm light in the grey ocean that had swallowed Cheapside. The shop's windows glowed with the inviting radiance of gas lamps and carefully arranged displays of gentlemen's accessories, creating an atmosphere of respectability and comfort that suggested generations of satisfied customers and carefully maintained traditions. Mr. Morrison himself proved to be a small, neat man with the particular attention to detail that marked successful tradesmen who understood that their reputations depended on the satisfaction of customers whose standards had been refined by generations of prosperity and privilege. He received their inquiry about the Thames glass cufflinks with a mixture of professional interest and cautious concern that comes from dealing with matters that exist at the edges of conventional business practices. "Indeed, I remember Mr. Riverdale quite well," Morrison said, leading them to a display case near the back of the shop, where the more unusual pieces of his inventory were kept. He was most particular about the materials and workmanship, and insisted on examining every piece under a magnifying glass before approving the commission. The cufflinks themselves, when Morrison produced them from his safe, proved to be even more remarkable than Jameson's description had suggested. The Thames glass had been crafted into smooth oval shapes that seemed to glow with an inner light, while the organic fragments embedded within them created patterns that resembled ancient runes, or perhaps the complex cellular structures that scientists were only beginning to understand through their microscopes. "Beautiful work," Holmes murmured, examining the pieces with the careful attention of a man who understood that beauty and danger often existed in uncomfortably close proximity. "The craftsmanship is exceptional, but the materials themselves are quite unusual. Mr. Morrison, did Mr. Riverdale provide any information about where these organic fragments were obtained?" Morrison's expression grew thoughtful, as if he were trying to recall details from a conversation that had taken place in a different world from the one they now inhabited. He mentioned something about materials recovered from excavations along the Thames foreshore, places where the river had exposed objects and substances that had been buried for centuries. He seemed to believe that these fragments possessed properties that would enhance the wearer's ability to navigate complex situations with unusual success. The euphemistic language suggested that Morrison had understood, even if he had not fully comprehended, that his customers' interests extended beyond mere fashion into territories that conventional society preferred not to acknowledge. The Thames foreshore had indeed yielded remarkable discoveries over the years. Roman coins, medieval artefacts, objects of unknown origin that challenged archaeologists' understanding of London's ancient past. "Did he mention any specific locations along the foreshore?" Holmes asked, his attention still focused on the remarkable cufflinks. He spoke of places near the old wharfs, areas where the river's course had changed over the centuries, exposing sections of the original banks that had been underwater since before the Norman conquest. He claimed to have found materials there that possessed properties unknown to modern science. Lestrade shifted uncomfortably, his practical policeman's mind struggling to process information that seemed to belong more to the realm of folklore than to criminal investigation. "Mr. Holmes, are you suggesting that these cufflinks have some connection to Mr. Whitmore's current condition?" "I'm suggesting that we may be dealing with an organisation that has discovered how to combine ancient knowledge with modern methods of criminal enterprise. The theft of identities, the network of businesses along the Thames, the unusual preservation of Mr. Whitmore's physical form. These are all tools being used by someone who understands both the practical needs of illegal commerce and the power of substances that ordinary science has yet to fully comprehend." The fog outside Morrison's shop seemed to press closer to the windows, as if London itself were eager to hear more of this extraordinary conversation. The morning light, such as it was, filtered through the grey curtain with the quality of illumination in a cathedral, soft and diffused and somehow sacred. Morrison produced a leather-bound ledger from beneath his counter, its pages filled with the careful handwriting of a merchant who understood the importance of maintaining detailed records. "I took the precaution of recording everything Mr. Riverdale told me about his commission," he said, opening the book to a page marked with a silk ribbon. He was most insistent that the cufflinks be completed according to very specific instructions. The specifications, when Morrison read them aloud, revealed a level of detail that went far beyond normal concerns about craftsmanship and appearance. The Thames glass was to be shaped according to measurements that corresponded to certain astronomical calculations. The organic fragments were to be positioned within the glass according to patterns that resembled the layouts of ancient stone circles, and the metal settings were to be crafted from silver that had been exposed to Thames water during specific phases of the moon. "Remarkable," Holmes said, his voice carrying the tone of a man who has found confirmation for theories that even he had barely dared to entertain. "Mr. Morrison, did Mr. Riverdale explain the purpose of these unusual specifications? He claimed that the cufflinks would serve as protective talismans, I believe he called them. He said they would allow the wearer to navigate dangerous situations with unusual success, to avoid detection when stealth was required, and to influence others in ways that conventional persuasion could not achieve." The description sounded like something from a medieval grimoire rather than a conversation in a Victorian haberdashery, but the evidence of their own eyes had already demonstrated that the boundaries between the rational and the impossible were far more fluid than conventional wisdom suggested. "And the price?" Holmes inquired. "Quite substantial, I'm afraid. More than most gentlemen would consider reasonable for accessories regardless of their unusual properties, but Mr. Riverdale paid the deposit without question, in gold sovereigns that were newly minted and showed no signs of previous circulation. The detail about the fresh gold coins added another layer to the mystery, suggesting an organisation with access to substantial financial resources and the ability to obtain currency in forms that would be difficult to trace through normal banking channels. Holmes returned the cufflinks to Morrison with the careful attention of a man handling potentially dangerous artefacts. The Thames glass continued to glow with its inner light, while the embedded organic fragments seemed to pulse with a rhythm that matched the beating of a human heart. "Mr. Morrison," he said, "I would consider it a great favour if you would allow us to borrow these cufflinks for our investigation. I believe they may be essential to understanding the full scope of the criminal enterprise we're attempting to unravel." Morrison's response was immediate and decisive. "Of course, Mr. Holmes. If these pieces can help you solve whatever mystery has brought you to my shop, then they are entirely at your disposal. I confess, I've been somewhat uncomfortable having them in my inventory. There's something about them that seems to affect the atmosphere of the entire shop." As they prepared to leave Morrison's haberdashery, the fog outside seemed to shift in anticipation of their next move, revealing glimpses of the street beyond before closing again to maintain the morning's mysterious embrace. The Thames glass cufflinks rested in Holmes's pocket like small suns, their warmth detectable even through the fabric of his coat. The walk back through the fog-wrapped streets toward the Thames embankment took them, past landmarks that seemed to exist in a different world from the one they had left that morning. The The familiar geography of London had been transformed by the mist into something altogether more dreamlike and mysterious, where gas lamps glowed like fallen stars and the sounds of the city created a gentle symphony that spoke of ancient rhythms underlying the modern pace of imperial commerce. As they approached the embankment near Blackfriars Bridge, the fog began to thin slightly, revealing the great structure's Gothic towers rising into the grey sky like sentinels guarding the approaches to some otherworldly realm. The Thames flowed beneath them with its eternal patience, carrying mysteries and possibilities toward the sea, while the city breathed around them with the rhythm of 8 million souls pursuing their individual dreams within the larger dream of empire and progress. When they reached the section of embankment where Thomas Whitmore continued his peaceful suspension in the crystal-clear circle of Thames water, Holmes withdrew the cufflinks from his pocket with the careful attention of a scientist preparing to conduct an experiment that might alter fundamental understanding of natural law. The effect was immediate and remarkable. As soon as the Thames glass came into proximity with the river, the singing that emanated from the water grew stronger and more complex, developing harmonies and counterpoints that suggested multiple voices joining in an ancient chorus. The fish around Whitmore's floating form began to move in even more intricate patterns, creating designs that seemed to tell a story in a visual language older than written words. "Extraordinary," Holmes murmured, holding the cufflinks at arm's length to observe their interaction with whatever force had created the phenomenon below. The Thames glass pulsed with increased brightness, while the organic fragments embedded within them seemed to move and shift, rearranging themselves into new patterns that matched the movements of the fish in the water below. Whitmore himself showed the first signs of change since they had begun their observation. His eyes opened slowly, revealing pupils that reflected the grey morning light with an almost luminescent quality. His lips moved slightly, as if he were trying to speak, but no sound emerged except for the continued singing that seemed to emanate from the water itself. "He's trying to communicate," Jameson whispered, his voice filled with wonder and terror in equal measure. Holmes leaned closer to the embankment wall, the cufflinks extended toward the water like a compass pointing toward true north. "Mr. Whitmore," he called softly, "can you hear us? Can you tell us what has happened to you?" The floating figure's eyes focused on Holmes with obvious effort, and his lips moved more distinctly, though the words that emerged were not spoken but sung, joining the ancient melody that had been drifting up from the Thames since Jameson's early morning discovery. The song that now included Whitmore's voice carried words in what seemed to be an archaic dialect, possibly a form of Welsh or Gaelic that predated the Roman occupation of Britain. The rhythm suggested a warning, a tale of danger and betrayal, of ancient powers awakened for modern purposes, and the consequences that followed when the boundaries between different worlds were crossed without proper understanding or respect. "Inspector Lestrade," Holmes said, his voice carrying the urgency of a man who has realized that time is more limited than he had initially supposed. "I believe we need to locate Mr. Riverdale and his associates before they complete whatever they have begun. The preservation of Mr. Whitmore in this state is not an end in itself, but rather a means to a larger purpose that could have consequences extending far beyond simple criminal enterprise." The fog around them seemed to thicken in response to Holmes's words, as if London itself were reacting to the possibility that forces older than the city were stirring in its ancient heart. The Thames flowed past with increased urgency, its waters carrying whispers and warnings toward the sea, while the great city breathed around them with the rhythm of a civilization balanced on the edge between progress and something far more ancient and potentially dangerous. As Whitmore's voice joined the ancient song that emanated from the crystal-clear circle of Thames water, Holmes felt the familiar thrill of a case that promised to challenge every assumption about the nature of reality that the modern world held dear. The cufflinks in his hand pulsed with warmth and light, serving as a key to mysteries that existed at the intersection of criminal enterprise and powers that conventional science could not yet acknowledge. The morning fog continued its embrace of London's Sunday quiet, transforming the familiar into the mysterious, while somewhere in the grey maze of streets, An organisation that understood both the needs of modern crime and the power of ancient knowledge continued its work, using the city's oldest waterway as its highway and the secrets of centuries as its tools. Holmes carefully returned the cufflinks to his pocket, their warmth still pulsing against the fabric like a small heart beating with ancient rhythms. The interaction between the Thames glass and whatever force held Whitmore in his peaceful suspension had revealed more than he had dared hope, but also raised questions that demanded careful investigation before any attempt at resolution could be made. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice carrying the measured tone of a man who has seen enough to understand the magnitude of what they faced, "I believe we need to approach this matter with considerably more preparation than I initially anticipated. The forces at work here extend far beyond simple criminal enterprise into territories where conventional law enforcement may prove insufficient." Lestrade nodded grimly, his practical policeman's mind already working through the implications of what they had witnessed. "What do you suggest, Mr. Holmes? We can hardly report to our superiors that we've discovered a man floating underwater who appears to be preserved by ancient Celtic magic." "Indeed not," Holmes replied, beginning to pace along the embankment with the restless energy of a mind grappling with unprecedented challenges. "But we can investigate the network of businesses you mentioned, the pattern of identity thefts, and the movement of unusual materials through London's commercial channels. These are the visible aspects of whatever larger enterprise has created this situation." The fog shifted around them as they talked, occasionally revealing glimpses of other pedestrians moving through the grey morning like figures in a dream. Sunday morning in London had always possessed a different quality from the hurried pace of the working week, but the thick mist had transformed even this gentler rhythm into something altogether more mysterious and contemplative. "Mr. Jameson," Holmes continued, turning his attention to their nervous witness, "you've been invaluable in bringing this matter to our attention. I wonder if you might assist us further by keeping watch here while Inspector Lestrade and I pursue other aspects of the investigation." Jameson's face paled at the prospect of remaining alone with the floating figure, but his sense of civic duty overcame his personal discomfort. "Of course, Mr. Holmes, though I confess the thought of spending extended time in the presence of whatever this is fills me with considerable unease." "Perfectly understandable," Holmes assured him, "but I believe Mr. Whitmore's condition is stable, and your observation of any changes could prove crucial to our understanding of the situation. The constables will remain nearby, and we shall return before the afternoon mist begins to lift." The Thames continued its ancient flow past them, carrying its usual cargo of commerce and secrets, while Thomas Whitmore maintained his peaceful suspension in the crystal-clear circle that defied every law of nature that Victorian science had established. The fish around him continued their intricate dance, creating patterns that seemed to tell stories in a visual language older than written words, while the haunting song drifted upward through the fog with the persistence of a melody that had existed long before London was built. Holmes and Lestrade made their way back through the fog-wrapped streets toward the heart of London's commercial district, where the network of businesses connected to the Thames trade maintained their offices and warehouses. The morning had taken on an increasingly dreamlike quality, with familiar landmarks appearing and disappearing in the grey mist like memories half recalled, while the usual sounds of the city were muffled to a gentle whisper that spoke of mysteries and possibilities rather than the urgent demands of commerce and industry. Their first stop was the shipping office near London Bridge, where witnesses had reported seeing Thomas Whitmore on the day of his supposed disappearance. The building itself was a modest affair, squeezed between a chandler's shop and a warehouse that specialised in goods from the Far East, its narrow facade giving little indication of the extent of its operations or the nature of its true business. Mr. Cornelius Blackwater, the office manager, proved to be a small, precise man with the particular manner of someone who had learned to conduct business in the spaces between official oversight and outright illegality. His office was filled with charts of the Thames and its tributaries, shipping schedules for vessels that operated on irregular routes, and ledgers that recorded transactions in codes that suggested a complexity far beyond normal commercial practice. "Mr. Whitmore?" Blackwater repeated when Holmes made his inquiry, his tone carefully neutral. "Yes, I recall his visit. He was inquiring about passage arrangements for—" specialised cargo that required transportation without the usual customs formalities. The euphemistic language confirmed Holmes's suspicions about the nature of the business conducted in this modest office. The Thames had always served as a highway for both legitimate commerce and more questionable enterprises, but the network they were uncovering seemed to operate on a scale, and with a sophistication that went far beyond ordinary smuggling or tax avoidance. "What sort of specialised cargo?" Lestrade asked, his official authority lending weight to the inquiry despite the informal nature of their investigation. "Materials for scholarly research that required careful handling and discreet transportation, artefacts recovered from archaeological excavations, substances with properties that conventional science had not yet recognised, objects that some authorities might consider too dangerous for ordinary commercial channels." Holmes exchanged a meaningful glance with Lestrade. The description matched perfectly with what they had learned about the Thames glass cufflinks and the organic fragments embedded within them. Someone was indeed moving unusual materials through London's waterways, using a network of businesses that understood how to operate in the grey areas between legal and illegal commerce. "Did Mr. Whitmore arrange for any specific shipments?" Holmes inquired, his voice carrying the casual tone of someone making polite conversation, rather than conducting a criminal investigation. "He expressed interest in our services, but no actual arrangements were finalised. He seemed particularly concerned about the security of certain items in his possession, worried that they might attract unwanted attention if transported through normal commercial channels." The fog outside Blackwater's office window seemed to thicken as they spoke, pressing against the glass like a living thing eager to hear more of this extraordinary conversation. The Thames flowed somewhere beyond the grey curtain, carrying its ancient secrets toward the sea, while London breathed around them with the rhythm of a city that had learned to accommodate mysteries within its embrace. "These items he was concerned about," Holmes continued. "Did he describe them in any detail?" Blackwater's expression grew cautious, as if he were walking across ice that might crack at any moment. "He mentioned objects that had been in his family for generations, heirlooms with unusual properties, that required special care during transportation. He seemed to believe that certain individuals or organisations might have an improper interest in acquiring them." The description suggested that Whitmore's involvement in this network might have been more complex than simple embezzlement. Perhaps he'd inherited or acquired objects that made him valuable to the organisation, but also potentially dangerous if he chose to reveal what he knew about their operations. Holmes rose from his chair with the fluid grace of a man who has learned what he came to discover. "Mr. Blackwater, we appreciate your cooperation in this matter. Should Mr. Whitmore contact you again, we would be grateful if you would notify Inspector Lestrade immediately." "Of course," Blackwater replied, though his tone suggested that such cooperation would depend heavily on circumstances that had not yet been fully explained to him. As they left the shipping office and ventured back into the fog-wrapped streets, Holmes felt the familiar satisfaction of an investigation that was beginning to reveal its true nature. The Thames trade, the unusual materials, the network of businesses operating in the shadows of legitimate commerce. These elements were forming a pattern that suggested an organisation with both ancient knowledge and thoroughly modern criminal methods. Their next destination was the bank in the city, where Whitmore had supposedly conducted business on the same day he had disappeared. The fog had grown even thicker during their time in Blackwater's office, reducing visibility to a few yards and transforming the familiar streets into a maze of ghostly suggestions and half-glimpsed landmarks. The bank itself was an imposing edifice of Portland stone and iron, its classical facade suggesting the solid respectability of an institution that had weathered the storms of empire and economic upheaval for over a century. But the specific department they sought was located in the basement, where the bank conducted transactions that required privacy and discretion rather than public display. Mr. Reginald Ashworth, the manager of private accounts, received them in a windowless office that felt more like a vault than a place of business. The walls were lined with safety deposit boxes and filing cabinets that suggested the storage of items and information that ordinary banking practices could not accommodate. "Mr. Whitmore's account," Ashworth said in response to their inquiry, consulting a ledger that he withdrew from a locked drawer. is one of our more specialised arrangements. He deposited items for safekeeping that required storage conditions not typically provided by conventional banking institutions. What sort of items? Holmes asked, his scientific curiosity aroused by the possibility of examining whatever materials Whitmore had considered valuable enough to require special protection. Objects that appeared to be archaeological in nature, though their exact provenance was never clearly established. Some seemed to be made from materials that I could not immediately identify, a form of glass that glowed with its own light, fragments of what appeared to be bone or shell that showed remarkable preservation, despite their apparent age. The description matched perfectly with the Thames glass cufflinks and their embedded organic components. Holmes felt the pieces of the puzzle beginning to arrange themselves into a pattern that revealed the true scope of the organisation they were investigating. These objects, he continued, are they still in the bank's custody? Ashworth's expression grew troubled. That's the peculiar thing, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Whitmore visited the bank 3 days ago and removed everything from his deposit box. But according to our security records, he also visited on the same day to make additional deposits, and then again that evening to verify that everything was secure. 3 separate visits, all logged by different clerks, all describing the same individual in identical detail. The impossibility of Whitmore being in 3 places simultaneously confirmed Holmes's growing suspicion that they were dealing with something far more complex than simple identity theft. Someone or some organisation had discovered a way to create perfect duplicates of individuals, or perhaps to exist in multiple locations at once through means that conventional science could not yet explain. The items he deposited that evening, Holmes asked, could you describe them? More of the same unusual materials, but in different configurations. What appeared to be jewellery, rings, bracelets, a pendant, all made from the same glowing glass and embedded organic fragments. The workmanship was exquisite, but there was something about the pieces that made our staff uncomfortable. Several clerks reported strange dreams after handling them, visions of ancient rivers and forgotten rituals. The Thames glass artefacts were clearly more than simple jewellery. They seemed to possess properties that affected those who came into contact with them, perhaps serving as conduits for these same forces that had preserved Whitmore in his floating suspension. Holmes felt a growing certainty that these objects were the key to understanding the entire mystery. Mr. Ashworth, he said, rising from his chair with the decisive air of a man who has reached an important conclusion, I believe these items may be evidence in a criminal investigation of considerable importance. Would it be possible for us to examine them? I'm afraid that would be quite impossible, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Whitmore returned yesterday evening and removed everything from the deposit box. Our records show that the account is now empty, though we continue to maintain it in accordance with his instructions. The news that Whitmore, or someone appearing to be Whitmore, had been active as recently as the previous evening, while his physical form floated peacefully in the Thames, added another layer of impossibility to an already extraordinary situation. Holmes felt the familiar thrill of a case that challenged every assumption about the nature of reality itself. As they left the bank and made their way back through the fog-wrapped streets toward the Thames, Holmes's mind worked through the implications of what they had learned. An organisation with access to ancient knowledge and modern criminal methods was using Thames glass artefacts to create some form of multiple existence, allowing individuals to be in several places simultaneously while maintaining a preserved form in the river itself. The fog seemed to part before them as they walked, as if London itself were eager to facilitate their investigation, while the distant sound of church bells marked the passage of the morning hours with bronze voices that spoke of traditions and certainties that had endured far longer than the mysteries they were currently attempting to unravel. When they reached the embankment near Blackfriars Bridge, they found Jameson exactly where they had left him, his pale face reflecting a mixture of fascination and terror as he maintained his vigil over the floating figure below. The constables had positioned themselves at a respectful distance, their expressions suggesting men who had learned not to question orders that seemed to exist outside the normal parameters of police work. "Any changes, Mr. Jameson?" Holmes asked as he approached the embankment wall. The singing has grown stronger, Mr. Holmes, and more complex. Sometimes it seems like there are multiple voices, all harmonizing in languages I can't identify. And the fish, they've been creating increasingly elaborate patterns around him, almost like they're performing some sort of ritual. Holmes withdrew the Thames glass cufflinks from his pocket once again, immediately noting their increased warmth and brightness. As he held them near the water, Whitmore's eyes opened slowly, focusing on the artifacts with an expression of recognition and urgent communication. The floating figure's lips moved more distinctly now, and though no audible words emerged, the patterns they formed suggested he was trying to convey specific information about his condition and the circumstances that had led to it. The fish around him responded to his movements, arranging themselves into formations that resembled letters or symbols from an alphabet that predated written language. "He's trying to tell us something," Lestrade observed, his practical policeman's mind struggling to process the impossibility of the situation while maintaining focus on the investigative aspects of their work. Holmes leaned closer to the water, the cufflinks extended like a bridge between their world and whatever realm Whitmore now inhabited. "Mr. Whitmore," he called softly, "we understand that you've discovered something about the organisation that has done this to you. Can you guide us to where we might find more information?" Whitmore's response was immediate and dramatic. His body shifted position in the water for the first time since their observation had begun, turning to point toward the eastern reaches of the Thames where the river curved past the ancient boundaries of the city toward the docks and warehouses of the East End. The fish around him began to move in a new pattern, creating an arrow-like formation that pointed in the same direction, while the singing that emanated from the water took on notes of urgency and warning. The message was clear. Whatever answers they sought lay somewhere along the eastern reaches of London's great waterway. "The old wharfs," Holmes murmured, understanding flooding through him like sunrise breaking through fog. "The places where Mr. Riverdale claimed to have found his archaeological materials. That's where we need to look." The fog began to shift around them as if responding to this revelation, thinning slightly to reveal glimpses of the Thames stretching away toward the east, where centuries of commercial activity had created a maze of piers, warehouses and forgotten channels that could easily hide an organisation that preferred to conduct its business away from official oversight. As they prepared to follow Whitmore's guidance toward the eastern reaches of the Thames, Holmes felt the weight of the Thames glass cufflinks in his pocket like small suns burning with ancient fire. The morning's investigation had revealed the scope of what they faced, an organisation that had somehow learned to combine the power of prehistoric knowledge with the needs of modern criminal enterprise, using London's oldest waterway as both highway and sanctuary. The fog continued its embrace of London's Sunday morning quiet, transforming familiar landmarks into mysterious suggestions of themselves, while somewhere in the grey maze of streets and waterways an ancient power stirred in response to the touch of Thames glass and the singing of preserved souls. The city breathed around them with the rhythm of 8 million lives pursuing their individual dreams within the larger dream of empire and progress, unaware that in its very heart, forces as old as civilization itself were awakening to serve purposes that challenged every assumption about the boundaries between the possible and the impossible. The journey eastward along the Thames took them through neighbourhoods that seemed to exist in a different century from the fashionable districts of Westminster and Mayfair. Here, the fog carried different scents, coal smoke and a river mud, exotic spices from distant lands, and the complex perfume of commerce that had been conducted along these banks since before the Romans built their first bridge across the ancient waterway. The old wharfs that had once served the great merchant ships of the East India Company now stood largely abandoned, their massive timber structures rising from the Thames like the bones of prehistoric monsters that had once ruled the earth. But as Holmes and Lestrade made their way along the narrow streets that wound between these relics of imperial commerce, they began to notice signs of activity that suggested the area was far from deserted. Warehouses that should have been empty showed lights in their upper windows, while the sound of machinery echoed from buildings that officially stood vacant. The fog here seemed different too, thicker and more persistent than in other parts of London, as if something about the area itself encouraged the mist to linger and conceal whatever activities took place within its embrace. "There," Holmes said quietly, pointing toward a structure that seemed to pulse with a faint luminescence that had nothing to do with gas lamps or electric lights. "That building? Do you see the way the fog seems to avoid its immediate vicinity?" Lestrade squinted through the grey morning air, gradually making out the outline of a warehouse that appeared to be surrounded by a circle of clearer air. Air! As if some force emanating from within the building was keeping the mist at bay. The effect was subtle but unmistakable once observed, creating an island of visibility in the grey ocean that had swallowed the rest of the East End. As they approached the building, the Thames glass cufflinks in Holmes's pocket began to pulse with increased intensity, their warmth growing until it was uncomfortable even through the fabric of his coat. The ancient song that had emanated from Whitmore's floating form seemed to echo faintly in the air around them, though whether the sound was real or some form of sympathetic resonance created by the proximity of similar materials remained unclear. The warehouse itself was a massive structure of brick and iron that dated from the early days of London's commercial expansion, its architecture suggesting the confidence of an empire that believed in its own permanence. But the modifications that had been made to the building revealed purposes far removed from ordinary cargo storage. Windows had been replaced with panels of what appeared to be the same Thames glass they'd seen in the cufflinks, their surfaces glowing with the soft luminescence that seemed to be characteristic of the material. Strange symbols had been carved into the brick walls, designs that resembled the Celtic knotwork found in ancient manuscripts, but arranged in patterns that suggested mathematical precision rather than mere decoration. "The entrance," Lestrade whispered, indicating a door that stood slightly ajar despite the building's apparent security concerns. "It's almost as if we're being invited inside." Holmes withdrew the cufflinks from his pocket, noting that they now pulsed in perfect synchronization with the lights that could be seen moving within the warehouse. "I believe we are indeed being invited, Inspector. The question is whether this invitation comes from Thomas Whitmore, seeking to guide us toward the truth, or from those who have placed him in his current condition." The fog seemed to thicken around them as they approached the entrance, creating a sense of isolation that made the warehouse feel like the only solid reality in a world that had dissolved into grey uncertainty. The Thames flowed somewhere beyond the mist, carrying its ancient secrets toward the sea, while London breathed around them with the rhythm of a city that had learned to accommodate mysteries within its embrace. The interior of the warehouse revealed itself gradually as they stepped through the entrance, their eyes adjusting to a form of illumination that seemed to come from the Thames glass panels themselves, rather than any conventional source of light. The space had been transformed into something that resembled a cross between a laboratory and a temple, with workbenches covered in scientific apparatus standing alongside ancient stone circles that had apparently been transported from their original locations and reassembled within the building's walls. At the centre of the vast space, a circular pool had been constructed that connected directly to the Thames through channels carved into the warehouse floor. The water within this pool was crystal clear, just like the circle that surrounded Whitmore's floating form, and similar figures could be seen suspended within its depths, men and women of various ages, all floating peacefully with their eyes closed, all apparently preserved in the same mysterious state that had captured their original subject. "Dear God," Lestrade breathed, his voice barely audible in the strange acoustics of the transformed warehouse. "How many people have they preserved in this manner?" Holmes counted at least a dozen figures floating in the central pool, with additional smaller pools arranged around the perimeter of the space that contained what appeared to be objects rather than people, artifacts made from Thames glass and organic materials that pulsed with the same luminescent rhythm as the cufflinks in his hand. "This is not preservation," Holmes said, his voice carrying the tone of a man who has suddenly understood the true nature of what they faced. "This is replication. They're creating multiple versions of the same individuals, allowing them to exist simultaneously in different locations while maintaining a master copy in these pools. The implications of such technology, if that was indeed what they were witnessing, were staggering. An organization with the ability to create perfect duplicates of individuals could infiltrate any institution conduct business in multiple locations simultaneously, and maintain perfect alibis for any criminal activity by ensuring that the original remained safely hidden, while copies carried out whatever tasks were required. A voice echoed through the warehouse, seeming to come from multiple directions simultaneously. "Welcome, Mr. Holmes. We have been expecting you." The speaker emerged from the shadows near one of the stone circles, revealing himself to be a tall, elegant man with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority, and the particular pallor that comes from spending long periods away from natural sunlight. His clothes were expensive but practical, suggesting wealth that preferred function over ostentation. "Mr. Riverdale, I presume," Holmes said, his voice carrying the tone of polite conversation despite the extraordinary circumstances. "Indeed, though that is merely one of the names I have found useful in my various enterprises. I must compliment you on the speed with which you have unravelled our little mystery, though I confess I'm not entirely surprised. Your reputation for solving impossible cases preceded your involvement in this particular matter." Lestrade's hand moved instinctively toward his truncheon, though the peaceful atmosphere of the warehouse and the apparent lack of immediate threat kept him from drawing the weapon. "You're under arrest for the kidnapping and imprisonment of Thomas Whitmore and these other individuals." Riverdale smiled with the expression of a man who found such conventional thinking charmingly naive. "Imprisonment, Inspector?" "I prefer to think of it as liberation. Each of these individuals chose to join our organization after learning what we could offer them, the ability to live multiple lives simultaneously, to pursue opportunities that would be impossible for ordinary mortals constrained by the limitations of existing in only one place at one time." Holmes walked slowly around the central pool, studying the floating figures with the careful attention of a scientist, examining specimens that challenged every assumption about the nature of human existence, and the cost of this. Liberation, the commitment to serve the organization's interests naturally. Our methods require considerable resources and expertise, and we have found that the most effective way to ensure loyalty is to make our associates dependent on our continued goodwill for their expanded existence. The explanation revealed the true nature of the criminal enterprise they had uncovered. Not simple theft or fraud, but something far more ambitious. The creation of a network of individuals who could serve the organization's purposes while maintaining perfect cover through their ability to exist in multiple locations simultaneously. "The Thames glass," Holmes said, holding up the cufflinks. "It serves as some form of connection between the preserved forms and their active duplicates. You are indeed perceptive, Mr. Holmes. The glass is created from materials that we have recovered from the Thames foreshores and an organic matter that has been exposed to the river's influence for centuries, perhaps millennia. When properly prepared and crafted, it serves as a conduit for forces that predate written history. The fog outside the warehouse seemed to press closer to the Thames glass windows, as if London itself were leaning in to hear more of this extraordinary conversation. The ancient song that had emanated from Whitmore's floating form could now be heard more clearly, rising from the central pool where multiple voices joined in harmonies that spoke of traditions and knowledge that had survived the rise and fall of empires. "But why Thomas Whitmore?" Lestrade asked, his practical policeman's mind focusing on the specific, rather than the theoretical aspects of the situation. "Mr. Whitmore was selected because of his position within Pemberton and Associates," Riverdale replied, moving to stand beside one of the stone circles where Thames glass artefacts were arranged in patterns that suggested both artistic and scientific purposes. "The shipping company has access to routes and facilities throughout the empire, connections that would be invaluable to an organization with global ambitions." Holmes felt the familiar satisfaction of an investigation that was revealing its true scope. "But Whitmore discovered something about your operations that concerned you. He proved to be more observant than we had anticipated. He began to notice discrepancies in shipping records, unexplained cargo movements, and financial transactions that didn't match the official documentation. We realized that he would eventually uncover enough evidence to threaten our entire network, so you offered him a choice," Holmes continued, the pattern becoming clear. "Join your organization, willingly or be preserved against his will while duplicates carry out his duties under your control. Precisely, though I must emphasize that most of our associates find the arrangement quite liberating once they understand its full implications. The ability to pursue multiple interests simultaneously, to be in several places at once, to experience life with an intensity that ordinary existence cannot provide. These are gifts that few rational individuals would refuse. The seductive nature of such an offer was undeniable, particularly for those whose circumstances made ordinary life feel constraining or inadequate. Holmes could see how individuals might be drawn to the possibility of expanded existence, even if they didn't fully understand the price that such expansion would ultimately require. But the Thames glass cufflinks in his hand pulsed with increasing intensity, and the song from the central pool grew stronger and more urgent, suggesting that not all of the organisation's associates were as content with their situation as Riverdale claimed. The preserved forms floating in the crystal-clear water seemed to be trying to communicate something important, though whether it was warning, plea, or information remained unclear. "Mr. Riverdale," Holmes said, his voice taking on the tone of a man prepared to make a proposition, "I find myself curious about the full extent of your operations. Perhaps you would be willing to demonstrate how this remarkable process actually works." Riverdale's eyes brightened with the enthusiasm of a scientist who rarely had the opportunity to share his work with someone capable of appreciating its complexity. "Indeed, Mr. Holmes, I believe you would find the process quite fascinating, though I should warn you that observation of the procedure tends to create a strong desire to experience it personally." The villain moved toward one of the smaller pools where Thames glass artifacts floated in precise geometric arrangements, their surfaces reflecting the soft luminescence that emanated from the larger preservation chambers. As he approached, the water began to glow more brightly, and the ancient song that filled the warehouse took on new harmonies that spoke of transformation and transcendence. "The process begins with the creation of a perfect resonance between the individual and the Thames glass matrix," Riverdale explained, his voice taking on the cadence of a professor delivering a lecture to eager students. "The organic materials embedded within the glass create a sympathetic connection with human consciousness, while the Thames water itself serves as a medium that has been charged with centuries of accumulated spiritual energy." Holmes observed with fascination as Riverdale demonstrated the manipulation of the Thames glass artifacts, noting how they responded to proximity with human consciousness by adjusting their luminescence and harmonic frequencies. The science involved was clearly far beyond anything that Victorian academia could explain, representing a fusion of ancient knowledge with experimental methods that challenged every assumption about the nature of reality itself. "The preservation pools maintain the original consciousness in a state of perfect stasis," Riverdale continued, "while the Thames glass creates multiple resonant duplicates that can operate independently throughout London and beyond. Each duplicate maintains perfect memory synchronization with the original, allowing for seamless coordination of activities across vast distances." Lestrade watched the demonstration with growing unease, his practical policeman's mind struggling to process the implications of technology that seemed to belong more to the realm of fairy tales than to criminal investigation. "How many people have you processed in this manner?" "Currently we maintain 47 active associates," Riverdale replied with obvious pride, "each capable of manifesting between 3 and 7 functional duplicates, depending on their individual resonance with the Thames glass matrix. Our network spans the entire British Empire, with operations in India, Hong Kong, Australia, and the Caribbean islands. The scope of the organisation was staggering, representing a criminal enterprise that operated on a global scale with methods that made detection virtually impossible." Holmes felt a growing admiration for the elegance of the scheme, even as he recognised the profound danger it represented to the established order of civilization. "And the authorities have never suspected?" Holmes asked, his scientific curiosity warring with his sense of justice. "How could they? Our associates appear to be ordinary citizens conducting legitimate business, while their original forms rest safely in preservation pools that exist in locations throughout the Empire. Even if one duplicate were captured or killed, The consciousness would simply return to the original, and new duplicates could be created within hours. The Thames glass cufflinks in Holmes' hand had grown almost uncomfortably warm, their pulsing now synchronized with the rhythms of the preservation pools throughout the warehouse. The floating figures seemed to be responding to his presence, their peaceful expressions showing subtle signs of agitation that suggested an awareness of the conversation taking place above them. But there are limitations, Holmes observed, noting the way certain figures in the pools showed signs of distress despite their apparent tranquility. The process isn't entirely without cost to the individuals involved. Riverdale's expression grew slightly defensive. All transformative experiences require sacrifice, Mr. Holmes. Our associates understand that expanded consciousness comes with certain adjustments to their previous existence. The benefits far outweigh any temporary discomfort. The euphemistic language couldn't disguise what Holmes was beginning to understand about the true nature of the preservation process. The floating figures weren't simply sleeping. They were trapped in a state between life and death, their consciousness fragmented across multiple duplicates, while their original selves existed in a dreamlike suspension that might continue indefinitely. Thomas Whitmore, Holmes said, focusing on their original case. He didn't volunteer for this process, did he? Mr. Whitmore required more persuasion than some of our other associates, Riverdale admitted. His discovery of our shipping operations left us with limited options, but I believe he will come to appreciate the advantages of his new existence once he fully understands its implications. The fog outside the warehouse had begun to shift as the morning progressed, creating patterns that seemed to mirror the geometric arrangements of Thames glass artifacts within the building. London breathed around them with the rhythm of a city going about its Sunday morning business, unaware that in its very heart an organisation had discovered how to transcend the fundamental limitations of human existence. Holmes found himself facing a profound moral dilemma. The technology demonstrated by Riverdale represented a breakthrough that could revolutionise human civilization, offering possibilities for exploration, commerce and intellectual advancement that conventional science couldn't even imagine. But the methods used to develop and deploy this technology involved the effective enslavement of human consciousness, reducing individuals to tools in service of criminal enterprise. Mr. Riverdale, he said finally, I believe I've seen enough of your demonstration. The question now becomes what Inspector Lestrade and I intend to do with the knowledge we've gained. Riverdale smiled with the confidence of a man who held all the advantages in any negotiation. Indeed, that is the question, isn't it? I should point out that you are currently standing in the heart of our primary operational facility, surrounded by preservation pools that could easily accommodate additional associates. The choice, as they say, is yours. The threat was delivered with such polite elegance that it took several moments for its full implications to register. Holmes and Lestrade were not merely witnesses to criminal activity. They were potential victims who had learned too much to be allowed to leave unchanged. But the Thames glass cufflinks in Holmes's hand pulsed with sudden intensity, and the song from the preservation pools grew urgent and warning. The floating figures began to show signs of genuine distress, their peaceful expressions contorting as if they were trying to break through the barriers that held them in their suspended state. I think, Holmes said quietly, that your associates are trying to tell us something important about the true nature of their preservation. The warehouse around them began to tremble as if responding to some deep disturbance in the foundations of reality itself. The Thames glass artifacts pulsed in unison, their luminescence growing so bright that the entire space was filled with shifting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to dance to the rhythm of the ancient song that had grown from a gentle lullaby into something approaching a battle hymn. And in that moment of crescendo, as London's fog pressed against the warehouse walls and the Thames flowed with increasing urgency toward the sea, Holmes understood that the true mystery they had uncovered was not how this remarkable technology worked, but whether the human consciousness trapped within it could find a way to break free from the beautiful prison that had been constructed around their souls. The morning mist began to glow with the same luminescence as the Thames glass. transforming the warehouse into a beacon that called across London's grey expanse to powers as ancient as the river itself, powers that had been sleeping beneath the city's streets until the moment when modern ambition finally awakened forces that no amount of Victorian science or criminal ingenuity could hope to control. Thank you for listening to this tale of mysteries hidden in London's fog-wrapped morning. If you'd like to hear more stories that drift between dreams and waking, between the familiar and the impossible, please let me know in the comments what historical periods or mysterious circumstances you'd most like me to explore next. Perhaps tales from the court of Versailles, the libraries of Alexandria, or the merchant routes of the Silk Road. Until next time, may your dreams be filled with gentle mysteries and your rest be as peaceful as the Thames on a foggy Sunday morning.